All right, everyone, welcome in. Welcome in. We got some church stuff to do. Oh, I don't have this set up. Hold on. I forgot. I had everything else set up and I fucking forgot. I always forget one thing. Always forget one thing. There we go. So, took a little time this morning. We got some floors in. And it looks pretty good. This looks very nice. So this is where you're going to receive Mass. This is where the people will stand. And then this is kind of where the priest would give his sermons. And obviously the altar would be here. You get to receive you receive communion here. But it's pretty much a stand-in church. And it's a pretty small town in here. So it's just everyone stands in here, receives Mass. And then this side up here leads up into like the church bell and other stuff. So maybe we put things away there. I believe in the medieval period, they didn't have pews. I could be incorrect on that, but I don't believe they had pews. I think everyone just stood at Mass. It might be different. Pews only appeared at the end of the medieval period. Yeah, so this is the early medieval period. So definitely no pews. But there will be an altar and stuff in there. With that being said, the main focus today is going to be murals indoors. We also have some other stuff to discuss today. Very big update on Oblivion. Let me see if I can pull that up, actually. So we had the Oblivion remake. So I don't necessarily agree with this guy's take here, but this is screenshots from the Oblivion remake. So this looks too desaturated for me. I think they need to fix the color grading on this. But graphically, this looks gorgeous. Like, the lighting looks fantastic. You have, obviously, like, a whole bunch of stuff going on. This here... I don't know what town this is. I know what it is, I just don't know what the name is. I can't remember what the name is. I want to say... Let's open up a map of Cyrodiil. I'll find it. I think that is Coral. Up here. Because Coral... If I remember correctly, Coral... is where you find, I want to say he's not an abbot, but he's like a type of priest. Maybe he's an abbot. At the beginning of the quest, when you get the Amulet of Kings from the Emperor, you're supposed to take it to Coral, and you talk to a guy who says, oh, you got to go to Kvatch. Which, of course, Kvatch is torched to the ground. Good morning, whoever. Gabstat, welcome in. We're doing a little bit of a deep dive into the Oblivion remake. I believe this is Coral. This looks like Coral to me. Although, now that I look at this again, the way these buildings are all stone, this could be Anvil. Now, I believe Anvil looked different in Oblivion from that color scheme. Anvil Oblivion. It did not. Okay, it had the red roof like this. So actually, I believe this is Anvil. I look at this, and I look at that, that's Anvil. That is absolutely Anvil. Now the question remains, it's tough to tell from this picture, but I wonder if the town's bigger. Like, this is a very small town. This has less buildings than my town does. And like, this is a major town with a big ass wall around it. So I'm wondering if they make the towns bigger in the Oblivion remake. Because it looks like there's more going on here. But this is such a low shot, it's almost impossible to tell. But this is definitely Anvil. At first, because of this chapel, I thought it was possibly Coral. But I definitely think this is Anvil from just the stone architecture here. This is obviously the Imperial City. Very blurry quality, but... And then this is the sewer into the Imperial City that you escape from at the beginning of the game. And this is the famous shot where you go in and you see your first alien ruin right outside the sewer. So, lots stuff there. There are more pictures. I can see if I can look it up. I will avoid... I don't think I have anything that would be bannable on Rumble. But we'll have to see. AI tells me Anvil has no church in it. It does have a church in it. Every major city has a church in it. So I believe that is Anvil. There was also a shot of Skingrad, which I noticed right away. This is another shot here where we got an elemental here. But yeah, there's a lot at play here. This is obviously the previous shot, but these are comparison shots. And you can see it's pretty dang faithful to the original. But this is done by a third party as well. Chapel of Devella. Yes, exactly. Which explains the statue. That statue is a woman over the pond. Here it is. This is the one I want to show. Yeah, this one here. So, leak supposedly releasing before the end of the month. Rumors are saying it's closer to next week it's coming out. So by the 24th. We have blocking inspired by Souls-like games. What does that even mean? Like, what do Souls games even do? Like, if I remember correctly, they just eat your stamina bar, don't they? Isn't that normal? Isn't that normal for Oblivion? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Stamina system's different. Sneak icons are now highlighted. Okay, slight HUD changes, hit reactions added. That's a big one. In Oblivion, they didn't react to taking damage, so they would just eat all your shit. And then archery getting overhauled. But here's a shot. This is the mithril armor. That looks like the ebony bow or longbow, and she is sneaking. I think that's a girl. That could be a man. And then you have goblins, and this is the Skingrad with the Skingrad banners and the bridge. I don't know why there would be goblins in this situation, like why they would spawn there, but there's goblins there. And then this is the inside of a building. This could be Bruma, given the aesthetic, but it could honestly be... This looks like it could be Bruma. It could be any of them, honestly. There's quite a few places that kind of have this aesthetic. But there's quite a bit to chew on here. What part 6? Elder Scrolls 6 is still supposed to be coming out. This was developed by another studio. So this is done by Virtuous Studios. Which is why this guy's saying he doesn't believe it. And he just goes, this was leaked directly from the dev's website. Like, this isn't... Like, this is Skyblivion, which I've actually worked on Skyblivion. And this stuff looks pretty good, but, like, it's... We're working with Oblivion's engine, so we're still working with an old engine. This is Unreal Engine 5. So it's gonna, graphically, it's gonna shit all over what we're doing, but that's fine. I still think Skyblivion's gonna be huge, but the cynic in me does believe that they are releasing, this remaster because they were terrified of the prospect, especially with how Bethesda has been on a shit streak lately, of a fan project absolutely demolishing what Bethesda has been able to release. So even though Bethesda isn't developing this remake, it's Virtuous Studios. They get to put their name all over it. You're going to see the Bethesda Studios game icon. You're going to see Virtuous Studios icon, but they're going to take a good chunk of the credit for this game. And honestly, it looks really good. Like, I don't care for the color grading too much because it's a little bit too desaturated, but it looks really, really good. And I think that's going to sell a lot of copies, especially with the stealth drop, because it's been rumored for a long time. It's going to be the biggest... I think it's going to be one of the biggest things people are going to be talking about on the internet for the next few weeks. I don't know if it's going to be... I don't know how dominant it's going to be in the grand scheme of things, but I think it's going to be a pretty big hit. No, yeah, part 6. Bugthesda is Bugthesda, exactly. But yeah, part 6... I don't even know if they're going to release part 6 info this year, to be honest. I think they're still planning to do a Starfield expansion. So I don't think part 6 news is coming this year, especially when Xbox, Bethesda and Xbox are... like, Microsoft owns Bethesda now. So I don't think that... I don't think, what was I going to say? Bethesda, because they're doing an Outer Worlds conference, I don't think Bethesda is going to release any serious info on Elder Scrolls 6. I think they're hoping that the stealth, there's a couple things. The stealth drop of the Oblivion remaster is supposed to take the steam out of the sales of the fan remake a little bit. You can call me cynical for that, but I think that's part of the reason why they're doing it. And it also helps them, on the other end, it helps them buy time for what's going to be their next game in Elder Scrolls 6. And I think they're not ready to show anything this year. So the Oblivion remake and Starfield expansion is going to be kind of all Bethesda covers this year. Now, maybe they go ahead and they do release something Elder Scrolls 6 related this year and try and do like a sensory overload kind of play. But I would doubt that. Although I do think some people who think that there's such thing as too much, I don't think that's true. So I do think like maybe they would believe something like that. I don't think there's necessarily anything stopping them. And I don't think it would hurt them if they released even more information about it, but I'm just being a realist. I think this all kind of helps Bethesda strategically in a few different areas. And we'll have to see how that pans out in the long run. Whoa. There's a little bit of a bug here when it comes to so I want this. We're gonna just look at this over here. Oh. So this guy, those are pretty dang close. And the trick is just to line this up. Yeah, those were pretty close. Now, I like to leave a little gap in there. I think that helps. Uh-oh. So what's going on with this? Why do these look so different? Okay. Like, this looks straight to me. That's good enough. Just making a basic door frame. Then we'll look at making the doors. Yeah, I went ahead this morning. It made a nice little floor and trim for the floor. Now this area is the mass area, so this is where people have mass. This area here is kind of like a storage unit, and it leads up into the church bell area, so it doesn't have a trim on it. It's less fancy. So we have the fancy area here, and then the dirty, dingy area here. Or the less fancy area. Don't necessarily have to be rude about it. As for the door, before I get too carried away with this, I want to kind of get the door shape figured out. Was it Enderall? Yeah, Enderall was a standalone game mod that was for Elder Scrolls Skyrim. There was a lot of great mods. There was the Shroud of Jotunheim, which was an excellent story mod, probably my favorite story mod in Skyrim. There was an entirely different region. There was a Cyrodiil mod where you could get into certain regions of Cyrodiil. They didn't have all of it done. I don't know if they updated it because it was a work in progress. But I think it was... they were planning on bringing all of Tamriel into Skyrim. And they had a whole bunch of different teams working on it. They had, obviously... And I knew a couple people were in and out from the Skyblivion stuff. Who were also doing stuff with that team. So there was a couple different things going on there. So it's not impossible to have like studs on the door. I don't want it to be overly intricate here. So very subtle arches, something like this. This is a bit more modern, but this is the shape we're looking for, right? That kind of matches what we're doing here. Now this is a little bit flatter, but we could lift that up a little bit more, depending on what the shape we want to do. But I'm thinking of doing something quite... we'll see here. Let's get it started, and then we'll see where we wind up here. So, door should be about that thick, I think. That's a pretty good thick door. That's at least, like, the length of your foot. If I bring this guy back in here... What is that? That's a pretty fat door. Comparatively. You're gonna have a hard time knocking that over. As for the rest of this, I think that's fine. We want this to sit just a little bit past. Now, these doors are going to be separate objects when we import it into the game, but we do want to just have them in. So they're ready to go. So how do we want to do this? I think we set that like that. We're going to make this a little wider. Going to duplicate it. We just want to make sure we're on the right side here of the line. And we want it to be just ever so slightly pat. Like right there. Just behind it. And then we can duplicate this. Let's take a look here. Yeah, I want to do... Something like that. Ooh, what the hell was that? It's because we have an object. Basically, there. Just kind of blocking this in, and then we'll take a more natural stance in a minute. Should be able to just snap this over to here. Like so. That should just come over here. So this just looks fatter. So I don't think this is right. Let's try this quick. Something just, the shape looked off. So we're gonna fill this in here. You should be able to... Yeah, look at the difference in size here. That seems more naturally even. But then somehow this is thinner. Despite not looking like it at all. But whatever, we'll make this a little bit thinner. And like I said, I'm getting this to kind of get close. And then what I plan on doing, and you'll see in a minute, is we're going to drag this out on its own. And we'll get it to an actual more natural shape. I just want to kind of get something blocked in so we have something to work with to start, and then we will look at making this door more interesting. Then we can just come over here. Should be able to blow this up. Not that much. Yeah, and we want this to be... And I think we want to go make that a little bit wider. That's actually perfect. We just kind of pull this up. All right, so there's our start door. Doesn't look like much right now, but we're just gonna pull this out here so that we have something we can work with. We'll just delete the history. And I think I should be safe to delete. And no, we'd leave that. Let's try this. Let's merge this into one real quick. We should be able to just bevel all of it at once. You go, that doesn't look great. But if we just get this... Okay, yeah, that doesn't work. Okay. That does not work. That's fine. So we're going to do one at a time here. Something like that. So I want this to be a bit more arched as well. This is a little too flimsy. Too jagged, maybe, is the right word, not flimsy. This here should be a little bit... Maybe this a little higher off the ground. Maybe we can... Very subtle tweaks here. But the point is to... kind of ease it into being something a bit more realistic. Death, what's up? Can I read somewhere the lore? I don't have a lot of it written down. I have like scribbles and notes, but I can explain it to you while I develop. Kind of show you what's going on with the game and what's happening. This is going to be made out of wood. So this is just thickly carved wood, Death. And welcome, by the way. But this game is... it takes place in the very early medieval period, end of the Viking Age, and the Vikings kind of have a little bit of... Still a bit, like, they're kind of faded out of the history a little bit, but there's still a little bit of that sort of mystique around them. So there's a little bit... A lot of the characters that I have that you've seen before. Let's just go in here quick. Not that one. I go into renders here. You can see my character has a very sort of exaggerated appearance. It's got a skull visor over his Viking helmet. Still Viking style, but very much almost like a costume. And the reason for that is it just kind of plays into that sort of legendary status as they kind of fade into the history. So, what's going on in the story is that these characters that you deal with, you were all once part of the same Viking clan, and you were hired by the king of the region, which we're in Wessex, so it'll be like the Wessex king. And you're basically a terrorist for hire, where you were raiding neighboring kingdoms, causing disruption, disturbing trade routes, all that sort of stuff. As a ways of like foreign policy and control over other areas and regions in the world. Because this area kind of happens right before the Franks come over and William the Conqueror start taking stuff over. So this is a little bit before that time period. And yeah, basically what winds up happening is you're doing this sort of stuff, and then at a certain point, because the king is very generous with his money and he's not very good he's kind of a weak king, the clan sort of gets a little bit ahead of itself and starts raiding stuff within the Kingdom of Wessex as well, because they don't fear any repercussions from the king himself. And as they keep expanding and gaining more power and stealing more stuff, they wind up sort of becoming sort of like you would see with like a rock band, where they're too big for themselves. They can't get over themselves anymore. So they kind of, you as the main character, as the leader of this clan, you get mutinied and left for dead. They think you're dead. And then that creates a power vacuum where they all split off and create their own clans, and they all start causing chaos all throughout the lands. So you, as a person who's left for dead, you kind of scramble, get away, but then you get captured by the king and you get thrown in prison for several years because you betrayed him and you openly defied him. So now you're no longer in a position to negotiate with him or flee from him or evade consequence. He arrests you. But because the other clan members are such a disaster and nuisance to the kingdom and causing so much chaos and mayhem, the king spares your life and then commissions you again, despite you being untrustworthy. He commissions you again to go and hunt down your rival clan. So you get a chance at revenge, and he gets his lands back in order. And so that's the deal you make with him. And the game basically starts from that point, and you just go around hunting your former clanmates and taking them all out one by one. So that's kind of how, that's the sort of the background story of the game there. So it's almost paced like a Western. Where it's a revenge story, it's a vengeance story. And it's paced, it's done like a Western. If that makes any sense. We want these to be... Oh, no. Let's merge these, because they're all kind of the same anyway. But yeah, you have Corvine, who's kind of like the first level boss, and he's kind of like a masochist. He's a slaver. He likes to torture people. He likes to traffic children. He's kind of like the psychopath, crazy guy in the group. And he was also the muscle. So he was very, very big. And then there was the next guy is the hunter, who's kind of like the scout of the group, and he's good at stalking people. You fight him in level 2. This level here is the oldest member of the clan, even older than you are, and he is probably the most capable of rivaling you in terms of strategic expertise in politics. And he's always resented you for being the leader of the clan and not him, because he is the more experienced, he's the more weathered one. So he's always kind of had a resentment for you, and this is and he commands a large fleet. So that's why we were doing all those ships a couple weeks ago, is because he's in command of this very large fleet. And then there is also another one who was a very tough fighter who wound up converting to Christianity and trying to change his life, and he moved away from life of violence. So he is in a priory protected by an order of knights, and he joined that order of knights, trying to turn his life around. And then finally, there's twins, and they're in charge of a town. So they kind of take over a town in the kingdom, kind of close to the actual capital of Wessex, actually, looking at the map. And yeah, they own a small castle and a small town and village. And that will be kind of like the 5th and final level. You're 53. Any beautiful princess to save? Potentially. In the first level, I'm thinking about if I have time, I'm thinking about implementing a side quest where there's a baron who's trying to get at the slaver through the auction and is looking for his daughter, and his daughter is actually in the boss's lair. So you will have the option to rescue his daughter. Not actually a princess, but it's a similar idea. But I'm not sure if I want to do that or not. I need to see how much time I have and what I can get done. But having little side quests and other stuff going on to make the world more compelling and believable, that's never a bad thing. I think I want to make this a little thinner. And I'm thinking about adding... Where is my character? So this is how tall the character is. Just for a little perspective, we want the handle of the door to be right here. So right around there is the handle of the door. I'm thinking about adding just another board across here. That's just a little bit thicker than the rest of it. Yeah, it was very brutal back in that time period. No, I don't remember. There would also be, I don't think I'm going to implement it because I don't think it was an issue in England. What if I made... I think I want to make this a little thicker. And this a little bit thicker. Then do a little bit of that. I don't hate it. You know what? I think that's good enough. So let's get this all unwrapped, and then we will apply a wood texture to it so it looks really nice. So this is pretty good. We just need to cut this. That should fix itself. Yeah, that's much better. And obviously we want to apply wood to everything. So you get that nice wooden color to it. Now this is a very simple mesh here. Unfortunately, the way this works, it's a little bit annoying, but that should be good enough. UV shell. Unfold. How's that look? That looks like wood to me. Good enough there. These guys here. These are all very easy to do. So we got all this broken shit, and you just got to select one edge. Like that. Then they all come in line. Or they do not. What the fuck? There they go. Move these off to the side for now, and then just this guy here is the last one. And I think this is just a matter of sewing all these edges together and just picking the bottom corner here. So we're just going to take all these, we're going to lay them all out. They're all correct. And they're all proportionate. Same nonsense here. We're just gonna do this. And that's good enough. So that's what the wood element looks like, but you don't have anything to move this door with, so we need to actually make elements of other stuff here. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to make a sphere. And blow this up. We want this to be, I think, 12 by 12, maybe 16 here. And effectively, I want all of that deleted. What we're looking to do here is I'm just making like a little bit of a round sort of cap almost. You'll see in a minute. This is where it starts. We're gonna pull this down here. Pull this out. Something like that looks pretty dang good. And then we can just grab this, and we want to change your soft selection settings that are a little bit more reasonable. You know what? Maybe not. Maybe we just scale it in. And just add a couple of edges here. All right, and then if you soften that edge, it get a nice sort of round shape to it. I think this is acceptable. I'm not too sure. Just let me cook for a second. Let me see if this is going to work. Let's hold off on that for a second. Something like that might be kind of cool. Then something here. Shrink you in. pull you out. Just working on a shape that's a little bit different. It looks a little bit odd. Don't worry, I am going somewhere with this. At least I think I am. All right, enjoy your pizza, dude. Who doesn't like a good pizza? Oh, that's weird. Rumble chat doesn't work. Let me see here. Is it going to prompt me to sign out? No. Yeah, it's not connecting to the Rumble chat. That's fucking hilarious. It does work through the Rumble website, but the Rumble Studio chat doesn't work. That's odd. Ah. All right. Well, we make do. I want to make this a point too. And we're going to duplicate this. There we go. Now this needs to line up a little bit better, like so. Soften the edges. And then we just take this guy here, blow. Oh, that's a little big, isn't it? Yeah, it's still a little bit big. Something like that. tweaking this shape a little bit more. Just gonna go in here. Don't need that anymore. Okay. Let's see how we make this work. So we're going to take this. Hold on, we got to just do a full unwrap. Gita, what's up? Yes. There's definitely a joke in here somewhere about that. So this actually is perfect, because I do want this... Oh, fuck off. I do want this whole thing to cut. I can just do that. Shift S. Okay. There's that. I think I want to cut along here. Oh, no, I do not. I want to cut along here. Cut along here. I'm going to take both of these. Should be able to just go modify straighten UV. This worked perfectly. This did not. Now this could be so distorted it's beyond the pale. I have no idea. I'm just kind of figuring out what's going on here and curious how it looks. Is that going to straighten for me? It is. Okay. So solid iron for the whole thing. And then we're just going to grab these shells here and make this iron fittings. And then I should be able to take this. I don't think this is gonna work, but I'm really curious if it will. Oh my god, it does. It works a little bit. Just gonna fix this. Yeah, that looks better. Oops. Ooh. All right. That looks great. I just need to get this guy here. Over here. And then both of these can just be solid iron. Yeah, I don't like how they look. I don't like this UV stretch. That looks much more organic, much more natural. All right. There we go. Big ass knockers. And we should have it on both sides. Beautiful. And then we can have little studs here. So these studs are going to be pretty easy to do. They'll be on both sides of the door, but we can just do one side first. Through the magic of editing. Or a magic of copy and pasting, we can make it two sides. But yeah, we're just going to put that in there. Oh, why doesn't you want to come out? Yet. How about now? And... Do we bother? I think we should just add a couple points here just for the sake. So, it's to be in the middle there. We're gonna sew these edges together. I think we'll just make these solid and let the geometry do the most of the talking. So maybe about that far out. That's good enough. Out there. Out there. It's a neat little trick you can do. In terms of fancy decoration, should we try anything too fancy here? I think these boards can be thicker. I don't think we need to have that much difference in thickness. I think we should have hinges. So the best way to do a hinge, I guess, is just to kind of pull a shape that you want out of it. So a hinge will only ever be on one side. That'll be the side it swings towards, right? So we'll stick this hinge out about that far. We'll leave it for now, actually. So what I want to do here is push this out like this. Have that come here. Blow that up. Bring that in. Basically like that. If I go into symmetry object on the y-axis, I should be able to grab the face. Oh, I gotta turn it on. Like that. Should be able to go to component here. Can't save it in component mode. I'm just going to add a couple more edge loops to kind of define this. We're kind of close. I just want to shrink that up a bit. Maybe tighten that in a bit. Turn off the symmetry here. So I think I want to move this down. So that I can have a little bit more breathing room here. Again. Oop. Something like that. And then effectively what we need to do here is I want to delete this entire inside. Because we don't see it. So there's no point in having it in, right? So we can delete that entire inside. Add that there. Soften these edges. We should be able to just... I want that to be a pretty sharp edge, actually, so I don't have a problem with that. That seems pretty good. Only thing I don't care for is this. This shape ain't right. This should be a smooth arch, and it's not very smooth. That's much smoother. There. That's nice. It's like a very classic fleur de lis, which is kind of French, but the French had a pretty significant influence over the English at this time period anyway. I mean, you had William the Conqueror coming a little bit later, but the Franks definitely had influence over this region. So I don't hate it. So this here needs to be redone. So we're just going to go ahead and do an automatic UV. That is pretty much perfect for that guy there. And then we can just take this and this here. Okay. I got another strategy. Break those off. Break those off. All right. What is this? Okay. So we're going to take these, modify straight and UV. That's perfect. Get out of symmetry. Make this into iron fittings. What is this? Okay. We'll just make that fit later. I don't care. Actually. That's fine there. That's fine there. That's perfect, actually. There we go. Take this, move that there, move that there, move that there. It's an entirely new piece. And then we can just take 3 of these. Like so. We just got to fix how we set this up. So we want one here in the middle, one here near the back, and one kind of near that frame there. Duplicate. Same idea. And then we can make a cylinder. We want this to be maybe 12. And we're not going to do the other side of the hinge because it's not super necessary. We could theoretically, but we're not going to because we don't need to. And what we should be able to do here is just do that. We're going to make this solid iron. I don't care. We shall. Yeah, it's a little bit on the lazy side, but 3, 4. Okay. Combine these. Like that. And I think we can just select all the way around here, which is excellent. And we should be able to make bevels. Basically like that. That gives us a nice little bit of a thing to rotate on. Could then come down in here. That's our door. We also need to bring this here. Merge these together, delete the history. Duplicate. We're going to flip this. Then just pull this out until it pokes through the other side. And then the rest of that we leave alone. So yeah, we'll fix the door frame to better match this. But I think what I want to do first is separate this, combine it, delete the history, duplicate, and then flip on the x-axis. There we go. That looks okay. Boom. So we're going to put our pivot point right here for a second. And I want to make our X 0.99. Yeah? Just delete this. Do this again. So we're going to separate, combine, duplicate, and then flip. That's not too bad. The only thing I would change is this. Snug that up a little closer. Oops. Actually, hold on. Let's merge these really quick. And then that gives us a little bit better vertex control. Because we're going to just go into symmetry, world, x-axis. And then we can just get really close without crossing like that. Gingerly touching our tips is what we call that expression. That is a nice door. No, yeah, we're going to do a frame. I know what you mean. You want like a frame around here. Yeah, we're going to be doing frames. Don't worry. We just haven't got that far yet. But yeah, I know what you mean. We should actually just merge all of this into one piece. That way it's... What the fuck happened? Right there. And so this up here needs to go up a little higher. Where is my magic button? Just helps me visualize a little bit. I don't think I need to touch the stone. I think that's fine for now. For now. All right, we're gonna implement some of this stuff here. I want to just tighten that in a little bit. A little bit here. fix this. This isn't very well aligned. I thought this was better aligned earlier, but it's not very well aligned at all. Okay. This doesn't really need to exist. There. That should all loop, so that should be fine to just put that in there. And we'll leave that as that. That's very subtle. That is going to work really nicely. Once again, we can just sew all this together. And then just apply a wood texture to it. Okay. I got to do something here, gents. That's 60%. %. So I want to actually change this. We're going to snap that up to there. We're creating what's called an edge loop, and basically what it's going to do is this creates a whole bunch of triangles or a whole bunch of quads so that you don't get any n-gons. But we have these added pieces here. So now I can come back into here and go, this doesn't quite match nicely with the stone. So now I can effectively just fuck around with this. Until I get the shape that I want. By doing something like that. And it barely adds any extra quads. But we're already at 108,000, which is a shitload. But this is a whole building, and it's a big building, so we are going to get into like the 150,000, I think, range. But Death, you said something about stone trim to kind of piece it together, and I couldn't agree more. So what do we have for that? Maybe it's under rocks. I feel like it isn't, but it is. Okay. Oh. What the fuck is this? We broke something when we imported that. Let's try this again. So this here, we're just going to group this. Call this church front door. That's the front door. Everything else should be inside this. Just going to do a quick save. And then we're just going to open this up. And we're just going to rename all these objects here. Okay. Do another quick save. Now when we import a loose stone, like this, we have a stone here. Now, I don't care for this. Actually, we're going to call this stone wall no bump. And then we want to just break this connection. All right. And then we don't need the bottom half of this. So we'll just delete that. Oh, I didn't delete all of this. Why didn't that delete all of this? There we go. And we'll just come over here and call this loose stone 01. Delete the history. Bye. All right, so that's a stone. And it's right out of the texture. So this is the identical texture to this. It's a perfect carbon copy. I just don't know why the resolution looks like such dog shit. Give me a sec. Probably just because that. So, we're going to hold this off here to the side. And we're going to import the rest of them. We're way the fuck out, aren't we? What happened there? This is set in block-in, so we don't want that. We want assets, texture, substance, and stone. There. Does that increase the resolution? Not really, but whatever. So let's get the rest of the stuff imported here. right there. And again, we're just gonna pull this to the side for now until we can kind of get what we want out of it. So for now, that's good enough. And you'll see what we do with it in a minute. All right. 2, 3. I think we had like 5 variants. Yeah. That looks fat. Ah, that's supposed to be a broken piece of stone. Okay, I don't like that one then. We're gonna throw that out. I don't care about that. This also has broken stone in it. Yeah, we don't care about that. Okay, we're gonna just use these 3. So we're gonna duplicate this. And we'll just put it here. We're gonna fix some of the shape too, because I don't care for some of this shape. You know what? That's not a good strategy. I don't think that's a good strategy. I think we can use these, but I don't think we're going to use them for trims of doors and stuff like that. I think this stuff could make a better strategy. If I could come over here. I think this is better. Because this kind of matches what we're trying to do. Duplicate face. I don't know how this is going to look, if I'm being honest, but I'm curious. If I were to... something like that. Or something like that. Boom. And shrink this down. Combine this. Center the pivot. We want to just snap this to the front. More or less like that. There, that's the center. Then just take this, bring it down a little bit more, and then just go into our deform section here. There's tons of geometry here, so I should be able to just go into display or deform, nonlinear. Bend. Make that 90. 60. Then go, okay, this is supposed to be minus 90. And then we can just change this, I don't know, 40. 20. 30. 25. 25 is the number. Right? Okay, so we fucked up. Get rid of symmetry. What does that look like? Form. Now we already know what we're supposed to deform by. Bend. We want to do the minus 90 here. This is supposed to be 25. More or less, that's okay. Bring this just down a smidgen. And we just got to delete the excess crap, so. Gorgeous. And then maybe tuck that in a bit. Yeah. I think that looks really good. Maybe bring some of these down a little bit. Maybe this is a little much. Oh no, it seems a little excessive. Lost all its material. That's fine. Iron fittings. I didn't realize this was such a disaster. Like, it's a mess in here. Okay. These are all just solid steel. And then we want to go back into UV shell. Turn symmetry on, speed this process up. This is all solid iron. Yeah, sometimes when you're importing stuff and deleting stuff, it breaks shit. So you just got to keep that in mind. And then obviously here, there we go. Again, we have symmetry on, so it's not a big deal. It's not going to take super long. That's iron fittings. Okay. How does that look? Looks like a proper wooden door. This side here we do need to fix. Shell. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And solid iron. There's the door. There's that. Yeah, that's that. And that looks pretty good, I think. Okay. So. The next stage of this thing is making 3D elements. Which basically just involves finding out where the fuck this stone is. I guess it doesn't have to be the exact same spot. We can theoretically just kind of plop this in randomly. Like we can say, we want to put this in here. What that does is it just gives it a little bit more of a 3D effect. As long as it blends in with the rest of the stone, I don't think I care for shit. It doesn't look like it stands out too much. Where the fuck did I grab this thing from? Like, it doesn't look like it matches any of the other stones. And make sure you also change your size a little bit. This one here, I think is this one. There's not a lot of things that match this shape. I'm having trouble finding the stones. Because they blend in so well. That odd bit of 3D makes a huge difference in immersion. So then I can take this guy here. Pull him out. What I'm doing here is I'm just making this look a little bit more natural. And just tweaking with the stone a little bit. So that it feels more organic. Less just straight lines up and down. Because that's not very natural. Let's see here. Pull that in a bit. Okay. Okay. that is pretty good. Let's just add a couple more edges here. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta fix these pillars up. You can see how these are nice and sloped. That one's a little bit, but these are just too straight. They need to be a little bit differentiated. And then we can add a couple more rocks to the outside of the walls. We're gonna mainly focus on the low walls. I don't really think it's gonna matter much on the high walls. Then we just got to get the rest of the doors done. And we should be pretty much there. So we still have murals to make. And I'm thinking about tweaking something with the tiles and fixing the tiles and making them a bit more efficient as well. But that's going to be some other time. Let's get these pillars a little bit more detailed and cleaned up. And maybe we'll do another door. Let's also go into preserve UVs so that we can really mess with stuff here. Pull that out a bit. Yeah, you can just see, like, look at how boring and straight this is, and how much more interesting that little bit of curve is. All that much more is going on. UV shell. It's gonna go in here. See if I can fix that. Does that look better? A little bit better. It's all like sad and slanted for some reason. Whatever. It'll be fine. Just adding little bits of geometry to this. Yeah, that's fine there. It's just gonna help make the walls feel a little bit more realistic. There. That looks good to me. There. It's extremely subtle. But the walls are no longer these just flat things. There's more an organic shape to it, and it adds a lot to the believability. It really makes this stuff pop. This here, I wish I could straighten this. I want to straighten this. Let's... I'm nervous. Because I know... What if I cut this? And this. And just forced it. Need to cut that. I don't care so much about this, but everything else is a lot straighter now. Much better. Just kind of pull that there, maybe tuck that in a little bit. Again, you just get this little, it's subtle, but it's an unevenness. Just kind of makes everything else feel better. From here you can see it, but like from dead on it looks pretty damn straight still, right? Like that's the point of this. this sort of technique. It's tiny details, but they will pay off. Then yeah, we're gonna do something similar here. Just need to add a couple of points. We'll see. We have symmetry on still. We could have some fun with this. Again, we gotta fix these. Just flip them. So... that one's already got tweaks. It was so subtle I didn't notice. All right. There we go. Nice. Okay, we just got to do these couple pillars, and then we can sporadically add some stones, and then we can do some doors, and then I think we're pretty much done on the outside. And then we just got to do murals, which I think we're going to have to save till tomorrow. Because the murals are going to be several hours just drawing the damn things, let alone implementing them into the church. Yeah, we're going to have some really nice murals, I think. Just in this area here. And then maybe on the roof we can put some here. The general walls here should be flat and keep them as they are. But we're getting close. We're putting in basically finishing touches. So I'm really happy with how we're doing. and how this is coming along. I think this is looking really good. But there's so many pieces, and then we got to do collisions. We got collisions too. It's a lot of work. Okay. Can't get too dissuaded. We gotta just keep going. There. Nice. Some of these are very exaggerated and some of them are not. Okay, let's add the stone sprinkle here and then we're good. Oh, we forgot about this side here, didn't we? Tisk, tisk, tisk. This one and this one. Okay, these all come out. This guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy can go in. Not a lot, just a slight amount. That's just enough to give it a little bit of a jank. Okay. And how many pieces is this? This is 75 pieces, so this adds quite a bit over time. Just something to keep in mind. I want a piece there. Piece there looks good. Right there looks pretty good. Yep. Right there. All right, that's stone type 1. That looks good there. There. I also play with the scale a little bit. Maybe this needs to be a bit bigger. Right there. I like that. AFP. We're just sprinkling some 3D stones on this wall here to kind of break up the flat texture. Make it look more like an actual physical stone. So we're just doing, it's a little bit, it's just like accents. It's not, we're not rebuilding everything out of stone here, but we do want to just add a little bit of flavor. Right there. All right. So that's that side. We'll add a couple on here, add a couple on this side. Then we got to go around this round thing and then the front side here. There's a lot to do. Oh shit. Where is this? There we go. The moss has to be on the top. Otherwise that doesn't make any sense, right? Look familiar? That's a perfect match of a stone. That's good there. And again, it's just the odd little pop out. That's all we're looking for. Adds a fun little bit of detail. Yeah, that's fine there. I don't care. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna just do this side now. And we'll go from there. We want that to be 180 degrees. Synth is rated. Welcome, Synth. You were doing... I can't remember. You said you were starting at 3. I don't remember what you were working on today. I want to go up here. Put another stone right there. Yeah, I was starting on quests. Went a little rough. That's alright. When you're stepping outside your... Well, I don't know, maybe you might know quests quite a bit, but sometimes if it's not clicking, it's not clicking, and you're just going to force yourself to make something that you're going to change in the future anyway. So you might as well just call it and pick it up again another day. The one thing with art that kind of is different than other fields, certain jobs you can get away with phoning shit in. Art you can a little bit, I guess, too, but it's not the same. Where is it? It's right here. Right there. Close enough, I say. We'll add a couple here and a couple here. Then do a couple on this side here. And then I'd say we're done. For these little pesky rock things. There's a lot of geometry. There's a lot of geometry we're working with. Holy hell. Minus 90. Yeah. Close enough. Let's speed run this bitch. I just want to stack it in an area where it doesn't break the pattern, right? You want to put it in spots where it makes sense. What happens if I smooth these? Nothing really. Okay. I'm happy with that. Sure. Yeah, these little bits here just give us a little bit more like shadow and stuff to play with. It's gonna be worth it, I think. Just some of this stuff's a little awkward. Especially on the round side. Makes you wonder what's going on. Let's stick that guy right there. There, that kind of breaks the corner. That's gonna look really nice. I can't even find the damn rocks. I basically want to get all of one type done and then move to the next type, get all of that type done, move to the next type. That's the plan here. That's fine there. Up and down is mainly the only axis I can use reliably. That's good there. Stick another one over here. Maybe two here. There. Here we go. Stick one there. One over here. There. That should help. Good enough. That doesn't look good. See how that just doesn't look very nice? If I stick that there... it looks a little bit better. It's not enough that it just kind of blends into the wall and it doesn't poke out of the wall. It's got to kind of match, or at least look like it matches the texture that it's going over top of. Now, it's from the same texture, so it shouldn't be too hard. And it doesn't have to be necessarily a perfect match in the stone, but you do want to make sure... I think you can go there. You want to make sure it matches pretty well. You can go in the middle here. You can go there. 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 I think that'll work out. Fine there. Oop. Last but not least, awesome. $180. Okay, so we're going to start with the big black guy. Yeah, we just want to, like I said, this is just little accents and almost like putting sprinkles. This is a finishing touch. To kind of just get this thing started. That doesn't make any sense. It's a finishing touch. That's good there. Let's see here. You fit better there. There. Right there. You. Just a matter of kind of just getting these in the exact spot we want them. It's fine there. That's all good. Just pull this around. This is just a little bit higher level of detail. Whoa! Zeke, you're done early. Well, thank you so much for the raid. You must have had like the day off of work or something. I appreciate it. We're making a church today. I want that to clip over. Right there. That's fine. You need to be a bit more prominent. Right there. What do we got here? I think that's it. Yeah, that's fine. It's so hard to see, you don't even see it. Awesome. Okay, so I think that's enough for the stone. So let's hide the front door. I'm just going to delete the history on everything, because there's so much stuff in here. Just so many. We probably put like 30 stones into this thing. Played Armored Core 6. Nice. Let's see here. Oh my god. There's so many stones. We're at 101,000 triangles. This is how big this model is. Now this is a 2-story, 3-story building. It's like a miniature castle almost. Being over 100,000 triangles is not a huge surprise. But it is indeed a big boy. Okay. Almost 200 individual pieces in here. There's a lot going on. So the next phase is we need to get a door for this area. That's the next step, is to have a big door here. So that's what we're going to work on now. Oh, okay. You got multiple streams going on. That makes sense. Yeah, we're going to go till probably 6 today. The arch on this door, I don't know if I like it, but we're going to make a door that looks good first, and then we'll fix the frame to match it. But to start, we're going to kind of do what we did with the first door, where we're going to pull this out. Yeah, about yay thick. Pull that out to be just past it. Out there. And take that to about there, I suppose. I think I want this to be a little bit wider. Like that. There we go. Oh no, I'm feeling like the arc has to be a little bit more on the shallow side. But we'll see. Actually, I don't care about that. Okay, you don't need that. Right there. Okay. So this tells me what I need to know. May not look like it, but this gives me all the information I need. So, we're going to take this. And we need to make sure that's like that. We're going to go to edge. Component. Object? Yeah, object is a better metric, I suppose. It's still not great. Take that to about there. This guy here. There we go. So those sides are kissing. That's good there. Yeah, and you can already see a pretty serious problem here. We're just gonna... Okay, that doesn't make any sense. There we go. Rotate that there. We want to just tweak this a bit. So this has got a pretty decent curve. This one here got a little bit of a bump. So this here, doesn't look like a smooth arch, does it? Can I make a... Should be able to make a disc. Maybe not a disc. Maybe we'll do a sphere. Blow it way big. And stretch this. I don't know if this is going to work, but we can try. I don't know if this is going to work. Make this 150. Is that the arc we're trying to hit here? I think that's closer than what we have. So can we do this? Yep. Bring that there. And go, okay. We're gonna bring this vertice up here. There. Bring that in. That's pretty close. That's pretty close. Okay. It looks like it's too thin here. That looks pretty good. Doesn't quite match the silhouette of the door frame. I think I like it. I think I like it. I'm gonna make these just a bit thicker. Right there, fill that in. Right there, close hole. I think that's good enough. See in a minute what we're gonna do here. But basically we're just gonna fill this in. You just want to go just to when they're barely touching. It's good enough. Then we just join these together. Combine it, delete the history, center the pivot, insert, snap that alignment to there. And we should be able to just do that, okay? Come over here and bevel these edges. Beautiful. Should be able to bevel these as well. think we should just be able to bevel all of this, actually. Right there. 1.5. 0.15, I should say. They're nice, clean bevels. They all match. Looks very good. Should be able to bevel that without issue. Looking great. Let's go to the front here. That matches up pretty close. It's a little off. You get off of symmetry. I'm going to take this, we're just going to hit Shift, duplicate face. Oh shit. Yeah, that's almost a perfect match. It's a little higher. That's okay. I'm going to merge this into one piece here. And then this here. Out a bit. Out a bit. There we go. I'm going to combine these. Flip them. And we should be able to just stick that on the other side. I don't know what happened here. This is fucked. Okay, we gotta start over on that. There's no way around that. You gotta just start over with something like that. We'll flip on the axis. We'll just... Okay, so grab a cube here. Now this is going to be a separate asset than the church itself. Simply because we're going to interact with these doors, so they need to swing open and closed. So the church will be its own asset, and then we'll have these actors sort of floating in the scene. So something weird happened with this thing, and I don't know why it was weird, but we're gonna just try again. right there. This looks a little like too much thickness, so we're gonna tighten that up just a smidge and just kiss the edge there. Grab that and bevel it like so. 0.2. There we go. Okay, should be able to. Where's our? Here. Come over here. There. Combine these into one vertex. There we go. So now we have a door for the most part. I do want to use this guy here. We want him, and him. Okay. Yep. Okay, we just want to always make sure that we're grabbing everything. And then we're just gonna pop this guy. Effectively right there. I'm just gonna fix this. There. That means my door textures are broken too on the other one. So we will have to go back, fix that. But that is essentially the iron fittings of the door. And we just take this and we just look at the unwraps here. Minor tweaks are required. What is this? Oh, come on. Yeah, that's fine there. We're just going to shrink you down, pull you out a bit. A little bit of that. Again, we want to make sure that that's wood. You can start to see how this is coming together. This here. Sew all these together. I'm going to bevel these out quick. Make this a 0.2. Just pick one of these edges here and cut it. And it should be fine to just do that. That's a little high resolution, so we're going to just do that so that it... Oh, that's a little excessive. This should be fine to do this. Yeah. Beautiful. Look at that beautiful wooden section. A nice little light spot there. Missed one. So there's our door. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a finished door. Take this, combine it, delete the history, Control G, church, side door 1. Delete the history, we'll just put it in the middle here. There it is. Look at how nice that looks. Okay. I'm gonna come in here. We're gonna add another... actually, before we get too carried away. Let's just add another edge loop in the arch here. If we can, we can. There shouldn't be an issue with it. Come on, there we go. And then just connect these segments to make a proper edge loop of quads. And connect these segments here. Okay. Then we can just take this. Take this. Go to vertice mode here. We want to be a little above because we still got to add the actual frame of the door. So we just want to be a little bit above. And we're going to fix the texturing in a minute. Right now you're thinking the textures look kind of gross. But the primary goal is to get this to kind of open itself up. And then that can stay a little bit open like that. Okay. Looks fantastic. So we just come over here, we find our shell, and we're just gonna not do that. We're just going to grab these faces here that we've distorted. See if we can optimize them. Modify. Optimize. Nope. There. I fixed it. Yeah, that fixed it. All right. Let's make a quick wooden frame. And then we're good to go. Mm-hmm. 5:38. I think we're going to be ready by 6. We'll see. But I think we're doing pretty good. We're making good time. I'm just going to leave that there for now, and then we'll worry about deleting the back faces later. So I want this to be just ever so slightly past that, so you got a little bit of a bite in on both ends there. Let that sink through the board. Pull this up. There we are. Then do that there. Have that match there. Grab that vertice. Pull that. To about there. Yeah, it's very important we keep the edge length almost the same. We're going to pull that vertex down a bit. And it's just a matter of making this match the arch that we've already built. And there can be a little bit of clipping. It doesn't have to be like a super snug thing. But something like that. Pretty good. And we just want to... something like that. We're going to take this, flip it this way. We just want to make this side a lot thinner. I don't know why per se, but I just feel like doing that. So we're going to do that. Maybe pull this out to match. There. Okay. We're going to take all of these. Might as well just join them together now. And we're just going to put edge loops. Kind of close to the backside. Keep them all kind of lined up. All like that. There we go. There we go. Okay. We're very, very close to finishing this. Yeah, we need to change some things, but we'll fix that later. Right now, there's a whole bunch of material here that just doesn't really justify existing. So we're going to just delete that. And this side here. What happens if I do this? Does this break anything? If I do this? No, I like that. Okay. All right, and then we just got to fix this. It's all at the bottom. Okay. Open up Unreal UV editor, sorry. Sew all these together, and then we should just be able to unwrap it because they're not anything special. A little bit bigger, maybe. And again, this is just wood. This is just like a wood frame, right? Like that. Looks okay, but there's a little something funky going on here. So we're just gonna turn on our transparency. Vertex. Let's do just vertice here. Push that in. Push. Oh. Okay, this is a little fucked. Push that in. Just a bit. Doesn't need to be a lot. There we go. Just want to do a quick test. So in order to do this, actually we can just snap it. Like that. So this is our door hinge, right? So we should be able to rotate it like that. And the inside looks fine. We want to really open this up, though. But basically, yeah, we can rotate it on its hinge. That looks acceptable. All right. Going to duplicate this. Then we got this guy here. Okay. There we go. This I don't care about right now. This is what I need to fit. If I can make this frame fit, I already know the door fits in the frame to an extent. Right? So we can stick that there. Go into vertex mode here. Pull that till that fits there. Pull that till that fits there. Now this is easier because we made a bunch of triangles. So I can just add edges there without really a whole lot of thought. And it should just, that one doesn't work as smoothly, but we still do it for the most part. And then we just got to come in here. We're having a little bit of fighting. And then we can just fix that by turning this into triangles. It's just the way every quad is ultimately broken down into triangles anyway. So just turn it into triangles and that fixes the problem. Okay. And then we should be able to just select this. Just do a little bit of TLC here. Hold on. Just blow this up a bit more. That. There you go. Very smooth, like nothing ever happened. $100K, yeah. For a building, $100K is not bad. Most of my buildings are around $70K. Some of the more detailed ones are around $100K. But like, you can see, we're not dealing with super high poly meshes. It's just when you add all the pieces together, there's a lot of pieces. The only thing that's really egregious is kind of this area here on the stone, but everything else is quite low poly. Like very low poly. So I just liked a little bit more detail on this stone here because it's right on the corner. So it helps define the silhouette. So if the corners and the edges of the model are more detailed, it gives the illusion of the eye that the rest of the model is more detailed. If that makes sense. Okay, what is this? Ah, shit. I'm gonna flip this. Put that right there. Grab the vertice, and we should be able to just preserve the UV. That should just pull across, yeah. Come on. There we go. Yeah, that keeps all the trim. Okay. Last but not least. We want... Oh boy. It's so frickin' congested in here. Yeah, we're gonna do a door like this. So... Go to the vertices here. Pull that to about there. We can delete this. Now this door is not going to be... This is going to be a static mesh. So this door here is going to be part of the church building because I don't want to have to model the whole bell tower and shit, because then, for one, it's a lot more polygons, and two, I just don't want to, I guess. So, you know. We're going to come up here. Just a second. I want to see what this looks like. We're going to go vertice here. Should be in preserve you. Oh my god. What the fuck? Reset tool. Fuck off. Preserve UVs. There we go. There we go. You should be fine to preserve. Why can't... Oh, fuck off then. Don't want to preserve them? Then don't preserve them. We're going to narrow that up a bit. Then I'm just going to do a quick and dirty split here. Nope. There we go. Stick that there. Pull that across there. There we go. Gonna take this guy here. There. Should be able to combine this. Very short door compared to the other ones, but this is still big enough that you can walk through. Even though you can't walk through this. Yeah, it's perfectly fine to walk through. So then I open here and I go, oh, look at that, we have a door. Well, let's begin. And we're just gonna make a quick blockage here. I'm not going to add bevels or anything to this because we're just filling in basically the gap here, but I just want to show a little bit of a door frame so people can think they can walk through this, but they won't be able to. It's like a fun little joke. And then we'll just cut an edge loop here. That. UV automatic wood. Okay, so that's nice and sealed off. Let me just make sure. Okay. So I want this door, and this door hidden. Everything else is in the church. Okay. So this is 106,000 triangles. We still have to add murals, which we'll do tomorrow. But I want to see what this looks like in the game. Oh, and we don't have any crosses. So it's probably going to be closer to like 130,000 triangles when we're done. But this is a huge asset, so I'm not too concerned about that level of detail. But for right now, we're going to save this. And even though this is not how it will be in game, because the doors will be interactable except for the one in the attic, I'm going to merge this. I'm going to slap this so that the tower is kind of in the center of the grid. And then we're just going to export this. And we're already in rock, so we're just going to go here and go SM_stone. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, let's try that again. Don't do that. SM_stone. I accidentally tapped the enter button. Church. S01. And it's exported. So that was reasonably quick. I don't think there's any new materials in here. So we'll just load it up into the temporary file and we'll just see how it looks. Yeah, I don't believe there's any newly created materials. We did the window, but we already put the window in the game. If you remember from yesterday, we've already put it in the game. So this is kind of what the finished outside is going to look like. And then if I need to make tweaks or changes, we'll look at that. Hold on a second. Does this look abnormally huge to you? Yeah, the stones up in there for some reason are really big. Okay, we'll try it. We'll fix that right now. Actually, we'll have to go back. We'll have to go back. Okay. Here we are. Okay, so these, yeah, load up. What happened is these shells are just way too small. That's it. So we just got to make them bigger. Like that. A little bit bigger even than that. Right there. That's all that happened. And then this guy here, this is just... too big. That's more even. We can take all this. Actually, before we do anything else, save it. Take all this. It always alarms out because there's so many different... We're grabbing like 200 different unique objects. So... our average poly count per model is sub 1,000. Okay, SM Stone Church Test 01. Export selection. Okay. Oh. Back to normal. Okay. One last save. Let's load this guy up. Okay, so we might as well throw it into the temporary because it is not finished. But we'll load up level 3. It's taking a second here. We have this lovely window. Goodbye, lovely window. Do we want to load it up in here, or should we just... we'll put it in buildings, because we'll just... no, we won't, because we got it as a test. So that's fine. I'm very wishy-washy today. 7K. This is easily the biggest file I have, but that's because these buildings are not merged. I make them in the engine. This one I just made as one piece because I'm not going to use this as a variety of different pieces. So I thought it was fine. But this is like the only model that I built that's a full building on its own without other pieces. Like usually I do like walls or something like that. So we have a whole bunch of materials and stuff added. We don't need them. But look at that church. That already looks fucking gorgeous. And it doesn't even have the right shaders in. So, stone wall, no bump. No parallax. Wood 01 rich. Solid iron. Oh boy. We almost got like a fisheye lens due to that. Look at the color. Oh man. Oh man. Iron fittings. I don't think that's right. It might be. Is it stone or is it concrete? Mason stone. That'll be it. Look at how much that pops. That's freaking insane. I don't think we have the trim. If I'm being honest, I don't think we have the trim. I don't think we did this. Whitewash. Glass. I might need to tone that down. Looks a little prominent. Yeah, I don't think we made cornerstone yet. So there's a couple things we need to tweak, but we'll fix it in relatively easy time. So, go into here, building, stone, no cornerstone, or assets, texture, substance. Cornerstone is right there. Open. You just want to open that up and change this to a mask. Okay. What we want to do here is building, content, materials, instances, static meshes, stone. I'm gonna take this, all this cornerstone, right there. And this is based off of the wood material, which is perfect. And then we're just gonna type in corner. Copy, paste, paste. And normal map goes there, and the packed map goes there. Okay, then we can just find this. Much more detail. We're going to open up the glass here. And we're just going to turn this emissive amount to like half of what it is. That's much better. The color of the stone I don't care for. I'm just gonna come over here. I'm gonna duplicate this stone house wall. Call this church. Wall 01. Duplicate. Church. Save those. Basically, we're going to come over here, change this to stone church wall 01, and church wall 01, no parallax. Open this up, and we got a tint here, so I should be able to pull this tint out. I can adjust this, and we can look at this at the same time. I want this to be a little bit more of like a gray color. This is too warm. Maybe a warmer color will make sense in something else, but for what we're doing... Oh my god, why can't I find the... There. So we can just pull this down, up the saturation a bit. There we go. This maybe in the bluer side. Like so. Something like that. Copy. Open this up. Paste and save. I can look at this and go, okay, this needs to be a different tint. And then maybe the mason stone here. We can tweak. Two. Just pop that up here. It's very odd how little that's changing the color. I know why. So we didn't actually change it here. There we go. And we're going to go to our Norse trim. We're going to open that up, and then we're going to go to our Norse trim here. Where's our trim? We're just going to make another variable of this. Underscore rich. Open this up. I'm just going to copy this. paste it in here. And when we go in here, it matches. And maybe the roof tiling can be... Actually, let's do this. Let's go in here. Oop. Two's good enough for me. Come over here, change this to 2. Save it. 4 down. And then we can just tweak this a little bit. This is just going to let me customize what I want to customize here. So I want this to be... I think I want this to be a little bit more... Yeah. A little bit more neutral. Then I want the mason stone. I don't know, this doesn't look as good as I thought it would look. What if we change this to stone? Looks a lot better. I don't know what this is used in. Stone. Church. That up. Pull that off. This just looks like your basic stone. So that's good. Oops. Yes. Okay, guys, we're starting to get this shader situation figured out. That looks so much nicer. And we're just gonna tone down the blend to like 2. Save it. Okay. And then the cornerstone here, we're going to bring this back like a brighter color. Okay. Save it. And then we can just bring I want to bring the base stone down a little bit more. So we're going to go into stone 01 here. And I just want to take a look at what we got with the church. If we bring this color down, that's going to really make a big difference. Yeah, that's going to make a big... That looks so much better. Okay. Fuck, this took a long time. Copy. And obviously we got to paste this in. Okay, so we're 128,000 triangles with doors. Let's that looks fantastic. We'll add a couple LODs, even though it shouldn't matter too much. 4 LODs. Apply. Loading, loading, loading. We're almost there. This looks fantastic, by the way. This is actually exceeding my expectations right now. So this is a 1024. This is an easy 1024 light map resolution, by the way. Go to the channel, look at that. That's completely broken. And then we just gotta change this to a 512. Apply. It's going to take a while to process this because there's a lot that's going on. We'll see. There's probably going to be jank. So, we got to fix our UVs. So LOD 0 should start at 1.5. LOD 1 should start at 1. And it should be 45%. So we're taking a 120,000 polygon model and we're already going to bring it down to like 50,000. Just from being kind of close to it. And then we're going to take our 50,000 polygon model. Yeah. Like this looks virtually no different. You can't tell. It's not until you get like, There's no way you can tell the difference. There's no difference. You get out to about 0.75. That's where a second LOD comes in. Right there. This thing can be 20%. A lot of this stuff we're going to be able to copy and paste into the finished product. Okay. And last but not least, about 0.4. We want to be about 7%. So we're about 8,000 triangles right now. And it looks fine. It's just very square. If I go into auto here, you can't tell the difference. But the game sure as hell can, because there's a huge difference in triangles. Mason Stone 2, we can save that anyway. I'm just going to delete all of this crap in here. Delete. Is there anything else here? Now we'll just save it. We'll just hit save all. And the only thing left is level 3, so that means we didn't leave anything unsaved. Okay, so the church is supposed to go right here. Oh! Dude, it fits perfectly. It fits perfectly. Just curious what a little bit bigger scale does. Alright, guys. That looks fantastic. I love the colors in this level. It's a lot more saturated than a lot of my other levels are. Yeah, look at that big bitch. Now, I can't enter the church right now. And it's not baked, so a lot of the lighting techniques aren't in. This would look a lot different if it was baked. Wouldn't be able to see the inside very well, for one. And the stone would look even better. But this looks great. Oh, there's no collision. I can just walk inside. Can't obviously walk up the stairs, but... Boom. Tons of stuff to do. Beautiful. Alright guys, that's going to be it for today. Oh, did it die? Rumble stream died. Oh shit. Alright. Well, I'm done anyway, so see ya. Why did that die? It just killed at 4. Alright. We're done anyway. See ya.